Hello, hello. Hey, Andrew. How are you? Most of my day has been waiting around because the system that I use, someone has to review things and they're taking an age. Yep. Mm-hmm. Got a new quest jingle and everything. Okay. Now, where in the Silimensa? Well, no, I want to see where. Okay. Uh-oh. Non-refundable. I have luggage.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisoix of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian.
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Get him.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hell-bent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Look who's keeping an eye on us.
In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
No, he's dead now. He can't do that no more. Ah.
Here. Feel. Think.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Sharlayan should be coming into view at any moment.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad. Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last, my warrior of light, guided by the crystal. After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, Then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlayan's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Sharlayan.
Oh, I see it.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlayan proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Sharlayan, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next, then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we? Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
Get used to that.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
This one is one that you get for being a crafter and gatherer.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Alright, bitch.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Uh-oh. He's a vagabond.
If you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle! It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Alright. Now, I'm going to talk about that scene a little bit because the scene's actually really cool. Don't get used to me saying nice things about this expansion, but this is one of the nice things. So, and it hit me specifically when I first played this game. So Ice, and anybody else who starts in Limsa, starts their voyage on a boat very similar to that one. And a lot of that scene just now is literary symmetry with the first one. Yes, there is snow here. And like, even in terms of you kind of sleeping on it and you're awoken by the hear, feel, think, also having Alphino and Alize accompanying you, and they are asleep during that voyage. So a lot of this harkens back to that original sea voyage, if you come from Limsa. Even if you don't, you still have, you know, the hear, feel, think, and the twins sleeping, which is, again, harkens back to that original. but it's real distinct if you started in Limsa. This is actually why I almost started Yuna as a summoner and not as a white mage, because I thought that was a really, really cool thing, and I kind of wish we could have done it, but I chose Gridania instead. But Ice, of course, started as Limsa, and so I felt it was very cool to see it again in Endwalker as someone who started in Limsa. I would talk more about Hydaelyn there, but we gotta wait. Oh, and also, because I have recently had to deal with immigration, because, you know, I have moved to Canada from my original place. That encounter with her felt too real. Too real in a couple of ways. Well, not even that, but like, if they're not convinced that you have a right to be here, the questions do pile on of, what do you do? Where's family? Where you're from? What's your income? And I'm just like, and away he goes. I know, right? I'm sure you are. Oh, this is a new thing. Now the NPCs will walk with us to places. Now, originally, you couldn't teleport and everyone lost their minds because they had to walk places. The statue does look good, though. Whoop. Oh no. Oh, darn it. I'm just like, yes, reading. Click, click, click. Yeah, literally, it's I click when I am done reading it. I really should slow down just a hair. Oh, well, I'm here. I almost set it as my home point. Take out Kagane. So everything is out of Stormblood now. I know, right? I did that too until it became unfeasible to do so. Hold on, I can get reimbursed? Tataru. Tataru. I have been not informed. Now this is a good idea. Pop-up bookstores. I need these in my life. Really? Aw, man. Damn it. It's a thing that needs to be brought over to Canada, is what I'm saying. Wow, Kryl. Oh. And Sharlayan's one of my favorite city-states in 14. Just because look how pretty it is. And the music's really good too. At least here. The other one being the Crystarium. Welcome back. Oh, probably not. Yeah, I thought so. In the Tita's look. As you should. Yes, we did meet the cousin. Briefly. Obviously, that dialogue changes depending on if you've done the stuff in Eureka, which we haven't. And that will remain the case. Whatever. So. I may eventually go back to it, but I really don't like doing the relics. And let's be real, it won't be on this character. If I go back to it, it'll be on my main. Both are important, Graha. Look, a new map. And concept art abound.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Krar's lines of inquiry, and having you join the group heading to Thavnair, would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I'll just separate myself into two.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
How?
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking. Of course, the more the merrier.
And blind, Andrew. Blind.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
I don't think they have Braille in 14's universe. Oh no. Yes, I do recall Moonbrita. Now, he has sent them a letter. He has told them what has happened to Moonbruda. So it's not like they don't know that she's dead. But he does have a bit of a block here. Now, I just picked up the quest. We're not doing that one first. This is just so that I have it. Yeah, this is similar to in Heaven's Where you can help, where you help you both brothers. They did this again. I kind of like it. But I like doing this one for a couple of reasons, and I'm sure these are pretty similar to a lot of people. One, we're already here. Might as well do the, you know, Sharlayan quest first. Two, as you can see, I already have side quests to do. And lastly, I'm not done with the Ethernet yet. Yes. I had a small break from them because we were at the end of Shadowbringers and I had already done them all, but there are more. I'll get right on that, I guess. There we go. The best building in all the land? A library. Everyone else gets really cool tasks. I am just, okay, learn about Sharlayan. You need it. But look at how deep it goes. It's just books upon books upon books. Ugh, I wish. Remember that big boat in Alamigo? This is the big boat. And also, I do like that they're echoing that as part of at least one nation's origin myth, there is the mention of a great flood. Because in our world, we have one of these world-altering events where every single religion and ancient civilization has a myth or a couple of myths about a very large flood that either was the start of the world or, you know, cleansed the world in some way, but they all have it. Yes, that's the one most people know, because it's, you know, Christianity is one of the most widespread religions right now. But a lot of ancient civilizations have a great flood of some sort, or some kind of like primordial waters that all life came from. So they all kind of have one of these great flood myths, or all of the world was in water, you know, and then life sprung from it in some kind of way. There's also, of course, the scientific idea of evolution, in which we all came from the water as single-celled organisms and then evolved from there. So it's everywhere. Like, if you look for it, you will find it everywhere. Yes. Do you already see the flaw in the logic here? Yes, don't get into pointless wars. But they literally said, no. You don't even get the knowledge that made us not have war no more. So one, it's a long sea voyage. They're on an island. Which means anything that is land occupying doesn't have a lot of space. That's part one. Part two is, if you notice, the actual city is built up against a mountain range. So basically, the only space for anybody to attack or invade or anything is sandwiched between a mountain range and the water. So all ground forces are pretty pressed to actually do anything while on the ground. And you're like, oh, there's airships. But airships are primarily only used by one nation, and they're relatively new as a technology. We see them a lot because our main opponent has been Garlemald, which is the one nation that does use airships. But no one else does. And you're like, oh, Eorzea has airships, but if you look, they're only used as transport. They don't have the big, hulking, metal machines that Garlemald has. It's a relatively new technology. And the technology that they do have is a mix of Sid Garland, with his, Garlean knowledge, and the Ixal, who have their balloons. Like, it's those two factors coming together. And again, that's also relatively new, because Sid Garland came in to Eorzea less than 10 years ago. Well, the balloons are very old, but they're Beastmen balloons. And even then, they're balloons, not airships. Balloons, of course, have some limitations when it comes to how you can direct them and how you can move them. That happened here, too. We went from balloons to blimps to zeppelins to planes. Like, you kind of see, like, we went from balloons to flying machines that you can direct. So Eorzea and 14 is in the middle of this. You did a little bit. If you did that particular side quest. But they're in the middle of this transition. And even then, they're kind of in that Zeppelin age. Yeah. Like, the big ones from Garlemald are very closer to the German Zeppelins. Exactly. So the reason why they haven't been invaded yet is because air war and airdropping and like other things that we really started doing in World War I and World War II haven't happened yet. And even then, they definitely occupy the same place that Switzerland usually does in our history and wars. They're in a really defensible position. And they tend to function in trade, and they're neutral when it comes to other things. Now, the difference between Sharlayan and Switzerland is that Switzerland, I think, requires all of their citizens to be military trained at least a little bit. Whereas these guys do not do that. But again, they don't have to deal with people coming at them from the air. Yes. I know, right? And the very nice, you know, bank exchange rates, interest rates. Yeah. I like how we're both like, nah, it's the fucking banks. I believe people tried at one point, but again, they're in a really defensible position on top of all that. So it's also kind of a hazard to try and invade Switzerland without them even having to do anything. And also because you have to come from the air for Switzerland, because again, mountain range that they are surrounded by. They're in a nice valley there. Does mean that you have to fly over Switzerland to get to it, and usually that means an anti-air missile is coming straight at your, plane. So again, very, very good defensive position as well. I think that would be kind of what happens if Sharlayan gets invaded too. Because as you know, a lot of them are Archons, and specifically Etherology, which means a lot of them are kind of inclined towards magic. They may not actually use magic, but at least they're inclined towards magic, which is, ranged combat. So it'd be kind of a similar thing. Sure, come at us from the air and get shot out of the sky. Why not? Right? We don't talk about the Library of Alexandria. I'll cry. Cry actual tears. Oh man, a self-help manual. Right? Basically, guys, you can't keep doing this or you kill yourself early. You can't do it. Hey, Rain. I can show you the world. Oh man, I didn't put to a task. Stella's like, nope, you gotta read too. Oh no, and you have to help her personally? Oh, you're fucked. Actually, she's moved. Wait, that was the stuff I already showed you. Hang on. I did it correctly. Excuse. Lost track of the date. This probably go faster if I went to the annex, but whatever. I don't know if that's smart, but okay. Yeah. Nope. Although I will say, they do tell you that he didn't spread the rumor. He tried to keep it kind of on the down low, but gossip is gossip. So, not a complete asshole. Yeah. The drink mage returns. Tea set, chatty group, sitting by water's edge. Omelet is for Gisla. Outside table with friend. And a Mikote gentleman, lobster. Yes, please tell me about the ritual arcane practices of the Sixth Celestial Era. I'm here all day for you. Oh no. I have some dirt.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alphino, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos. A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
We have our lead. Thank you for the hydrate. My true calling. Small child. Oh no! They're just gonna hit us in the face with Moonbrita a lot this expansion. Yeah. Get used to that feeling. guy's making me run around a lot. Secret rates. You can believe what you want. Hey Mike, what's up? Have you beaten Sora's story yet? In Recom? I know you were near the end. That's fair. Means after stream, you'll get another sequence of messages for the other side. As you can see, I am in Endwalker. I just started today, though. Getting acquainted with Sharlayan. Discovering what the forum has been doing. I know. Oh no. I was almost put into more work. What do you mean, Mike? I'm always doing 2 jobs when I stream. I'm always on the clock. Mm-hmm. Oh no! What happened? Ooh. That always sucks. Is the motorcycle driver okay? Because if anybody's gonna get really hurt, it's that one. Oh no. That always sucks. That's fair. Oh, I just did a me response instead of a unit response. Darn it. She would have gone for the first one. I was distracted, you see, by concern over a random stranger. Oh yeah, no. Even if I was being really silly, I don't think I could do that particular choice. My love of books outweighs all in-character choices. No one can make me forsake them. We can follow people. Oh, now we run? Okay. Here I was trying to like click off the jog buff. The fanciest chocobo keep you ever did see.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky. In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Ugh. Did you call to me just now? No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Ah, nice big area. Full of possibility. And bad music. Although the night music is better. What about it, Rain? But Rain's not allowed to retire. And Rain, your favorite character's here. You love him. I'm guessing the bend down motion was literally to kind of show that we're super secret conspiring about it. Someone's car alarm went off outside. I just managed to, mute the mic. Ah, here's the music that I was expecting. In the bag. Ooh. Heaven's word. But you, Mike. Which one would you replay? Oh, I see. If you love Endwalker with all your little heart, I suggest going somewhere else to watch a playthrough of it. I'm about to bash the shit out of it. You can talk about Shadowbringers a little bit, because we finished Shadowbringers. Can't tie it to Endwalker stuff, though. So if it ties to Endwalker, then yeah, you gotta wait. Well, and remember that this does, you know, go on a YouTube channel. And so I could possibly get somebody who's not necessarily in here, but watches it later. But my spoiler policy is, you know, if it's happened in-game already, then it's fine to talk about. So, up to end of Shadowbringers is safe. Wow. Oh, that's fair. I appreciate the discretion. Makes my life a little easier. Don't have to moderate it if you self-moderate. I'll get your shit in a little bit, Aaronville. The mouse is going for a ride while it cools off. It doesn't fit the area very well. You have this, you know, super deep, very lore heavy kind of area. Well, and so I didn't take as much music as I would like. But the musicality of it is very like whimsy and like kind of like just kind of bopping along. And that doesn't really fit like the aesthetic of the area. And it certainly doesn't match the tone of the party when we kind of come in here, because like it's supposed to be like this whole like, the forum's doing something sneaky with the gleaners, and then you come in here and it's da 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 da, and you're like, buddy, friendos. Well, no, because even if I do that, then like, again, they're all like, so they're all supposed to be in this like mad rush to do something, and they're exhausted so much that they're making careless mistakes. Like, these people are ragged. These people are having a very hard time, and they're like constantly having to keep going. They don't get rest, they don't get breaks. So again, this nice little loping, little bopping along thing doesn't quite mesh. It could have been done intentionally. Yes, you're right. It's for you, the player. And for technically your character. But again, your group is trying to solve a mystery right now. What's the forum planning? Like, that should be the tone that you kind of come in with. Just because I, the player, am doing every side quest I find does not mean that that's what my player, like, that's what my character thinks. Yeah. And honestly, that's what really kind of lowers the Sharlayan area for me, is this music. Because, like, it's so pretty. But I never want to spend too much time in Labyrinthos. I don't know. It doesn't fit. And again, the night music is fine. I like the night music. But day music is like, why? Check on your equipment better. Y'all should be doing periodic checks. No, I agree that it was likely intentional. Like, every piece of music that has ever been made has been made with some kind of intention. Because otherwise it sounds awful. And trust me, we're a lot more attuned to bad music than we are to bad writing. Because you can tell when something sounds jank. I found the one. Here you go. I mean, it does kind of make sense that they're like, oh, what is the forum doing? But like, okay, the specific parameters he was given was good to consume, easy to breed. Like, they're planning a trip. They're planning to fucking run away. Yeah, just doesn't fit very well, does it? You're like, oh yeah, we're uncovering what they're doing, and we're figuring out what the forum's up to, and then ba 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 da ba, like Friends. Like, people want to talk about the Lahi so much, but nah, this is the most jarring music I have ever encountered in an area. Yeah, but you shouldn't. Like, the issue is that that's not the idea that they're supposed to have. Like, you're supposed to feel what the plot is telling you to feel. Otherwise, there's dissonance. And this is not even an issue with the writing. I can't even call it a writing problem. Now, I will say, because Soken is very good at his job, he was going through a pretty severe cancer during this expansion. So the music is off in this expansion, but there is a very good real-world reason for that. Yeah, they just put an ambient tune in their special dome. Oh, hey, Adonis. And thank you for the raid. Also, welcome, raiders. We're just doing side quests and main story for Endwalker. I am in Labyrinthos. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? How was stream? Things escaping left, right, and center. He vanished without a trace. I'll be nice. Alrighty, I think that's all in this batch, unless one just shows up. Which I can see it. Here's your critter. Oh no, they're going to try and eat it. Well, if you die, I know what happened. He captured an Amazu. Oh no. Eventually it'll be called The Ramblings of a Madman. Hopefully. God, I hope so. There was one hiding. Damn it. She fed us beetle larvae. That's nasty. It is still nasty. We are not well liked. Don't I know it?
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
About that.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Or in my case, just, you know, go through with a motorcycle. Big area. So the grapes became a meme. Because, I mean, look at them. They're literally just flat texture. I'm glad that when they did the texture updates, they did not change the weird grape shape. Oh, for sure. Definitely shorthand. They didn't expect anybody to look at them that closely. And then somebody did.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions, and no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Look at our character getting observant. Sure, but even after the rest of them kind of like, oh, all right. Our character did not leave it. For sure, but she'll leave it. Also, she doesn't really need to, like, keep a watch like I do with her special eyes. I am. Become frog. Destroyer of flies. I do know how the frog status condition works, Shishola. Thank you. Look at me go. As fast as my little legs will carry me. Woohoo! Alright, we're going. With speed.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Aw, he knows.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
He good at his job.
for you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead. Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances. and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
The cutscene was so long that my controller disconnected. Okay, serious question though. How did an ass like that get a nice lady like her? She's so sweet. How in the hell? I have found that in real life that doesn't actually mean anything. Oh no. I've been kidnapped. Look at them escaping. The bullshit. Did you stay locked up in your room all day? Kindred spirit, I understand you. You didn't have friends either. How cute is your room, Alize? How many stuffed animals do you have?
Welcome home, my lady.
What? What are you gawping at?
What are we thinking? We're teasing her regardless. The only one that doesn't tease her is the bottom one, and even then it's like, that's a weird one to do. Dun dun dun. Stopped by a lack of subscription. I'll wait for you, Mike. Don't worry.
Oh, God, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
I mean, have you seen the place?
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Gotta wonder which one we picked.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry. I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Is this how you get away with things, Pam?
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Alphino got a class change and everything. Okay. Now that we've done that, we're going to end the stream here, and then we will do the other one next time. Have a good night, everybody.